videos are for educational purposes only. I'm not selling anything or promoting the sale of vape products on this channel. You must be of legal vaping age 18 to 21, depending on where you are in the world, to view this video. Sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy the content.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, guys? Thanks. Right, so I'll go over that again. Thanks everybody for joining. Hope you're all doing well. Forgot to turn my flipping mic on, so that's good. Thanks for joining. We've got a few people in here, so I'll say hello again. So we've got Andy C, Lee Swetnam, Gaming Vapor, Big Gem, thanks for joining. We've got a few other people as well. Mr. Intense, thanks for joining. And there's quite a few. Let me just have a quick look on here. Oh, it's not what I asked you to do. Where are we? So, Skint Vapor again, hello, with my mic on. Lee Swetnam, Alex, thanks for joining. Alex Sand Vapes, thanks for joining, my brother. Fresh, thanks for joining, my brother. Thanks for joining. There's quite a few in tonight. I appreciate you coming. Now that I've got my mic on, everybody can hear what I'm doing. First mistakes. I've been so unorganized today. It's been weird. The day has just completely run away with me today. So, yeah, mistakes. Forgot to put it on. But, yeah, if I haven't said hello, just make yourself aware in the comments. So I do apologize if I haven't mentioned you. Where are we? I think I've mentioned everybody. If I haven't, like I say, don't forget to say anything. Same for you as well, Jem. Yeah, it's like I've got up and it's like I was completely unprepared today, and I'm like, I haven't done this yet, I haven't done that yet. Got it all done eventually. Mike as well. The Snowman, he's here as well. Hello, mate. Thanks for joining. I did forget to say hello to you again. Yeah, Alex. Yeah, I can't wait as well. Like I say, as soon as that payment's cleared, I'll get them straight out to you, my brother. Straight out. Where are we? Gaming Vapor. Oh, so it's not just me that's thought it was fast. That's good. Yeah, today's completely run away with me today, fresh. I hope you're doing well as well, my brother. Right, what I'm vaping on. Let's go through that before I crack open a thing. Oh, what I will say though first before we get started is Coils are now live. Some of you will know, some of you will know the posts and everything. I have pinned a comment either to the top or the bottom of your screen, which has seemed to have disappeared. Let me just refresh this page. I'm sure there were. Yeah. So there's a pinned comment either at the top or the bottom, depending on how you're looking at it on the screen. That'll take you to the Telegram group that I've set up for contacting me for buying coils and so forth. Doesn't matter. Still join the group because I still post some stuff on there that won't make social media and everything. So it's a bit of behind the scenes going on. So like I say, you'll see certain things that I'll be testing or trying out and everything, or asking people's opinions and stuff like that as well. So providing that I do have the wire as well, I can also make to order, but I am limited on wire, so can't do any MTL coils yet until I put another order in for wire and get some different wire. But stuff like that, like I say, join the group as well. You don't have to really buy anything or buy anything straight away. But I do put some stuff on there that will not make social media, so make sure you join that as well. It's still pinned. Brilliant. Thanks, Jem. So get that out of the way. I'll just show you this little poster that I made of my coils. This is what I've currently got available now, ready to go. Like I say, £6.50 a set. There are your specs there. Contact me on Telegram group as well, which is pinned to the comments. But like I say, even if you're not buying coils straight away, still join the group because there'll be stuff on there, questions and stuff like I said won't make social media. So a bit behind the scenes going on just there. Are they? Watofo's coils good. I don't think I've tried the Watofo coils, even though I've got Watofo devices. I never try the coils that are in the box because obviously I, make coils myself. So Nightbot will be doing its rounds as well in the comments to social media. Buy me a coffee as well. So like I say, if you're still watching Mickey 3D, you did make a donation. You bought me a coffee 2 weeks ago on that live stream. Thanks. I appreciate it, brother. Really, really much. Keeps me behind the thing. And also links to my social media. If you miss them on Nightbot, they're also in the description as well of this video. So you can just click on them as well. And I'm sure Mr. Intense will be posting some links as well. So make sure you click them and follow the people that you need to as well. Go show them some love. Right, let's get on to what I'm vaping. So, still on the homemade box mod just here. Come on, Henry. You're being good. Oh, it's because I've got that locked on. So hopefully I won't have any jumping or anything. So there we are. Still on that with the recurve. I won't tell you what coil that I've got in here. If you want to see what coil that I've got in here, go join the Telegram group. There's a bit of information there and how it's been going. I have re-wicked it and repositioned it and stuff. And the flavor's a bit better. Yeah, it's a bit better. So in that, I do have, let me get that up, make it all legal as well. Also, go follow Jaff's new channel, Jaff Reviews. He's had trouble with YouTube deleting his page, so go over to there. If you follow Jaff Vapes, he's got a new channel, go follow it, go show him some love, subscribe. And I think he might be doing a live this Friday, all being well, depends if anything changes, but go show him some love as well because his channel got deleted for probably complete nonsense, what we won't think is nonsense, but obviously I don't know the full story yet. But you know what YouTube are like. Go show him some love. So in that, I've got some of this Kingston dessert. So lemon drizzle cake and pecan pie. This is actually not my juice. This is my wife's juice, but I've been enjoying it because she just uses a little bit mixed with some just some lemon sort of flavored vape or lemon and lime. She likes a bit of bakery, and so she doesn't use that as much as that. So I've been using that. That's what's in there now. It's all right. And then this one I've just been rocking this only borrow that I've got, which is the Pulse Mini AIO by Tony B and Vandy Vape. In that I've got a Mob Mini, not authentic, it's an SXK one or whichever one, but I'm using that. It's the only borrow and really bridge that I've got and borrow device that I've got. Booby wrap in there, and the coil that I've got in there is not one that I made, but if you catched my live stream, so many things back, got these in there from Regis Coils. He sent me these to try. Really nice coils as well. So go follow him as well on social media. Very nice coils. This is 3-core stag, 2.5mm, 30 gauge core, 40 gauge staggered, and final wrap in there. And I believe that is 4 wraps in that 2.5mm, about 0.4, which is what it's ohming out at. And I've been using this coil as well on and off since I did it on my live, which is probably over a month now, maybe 6 weeks or something like that, and still going strong. Really nice flavour from that. And also in that, I do have the Kingston Dr. Pepper, which is supposed to be like a Dr. Pepper, but to me it doesn't taste like Dr. Pepper. It tastes more of a cherry coat with aniseed. But it's all right, it's refreshing. Let's have a look at the chat. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Once I get these first couple of batches out and I get money in, obviously I can get a few more different wires to play with, plus MTL coils, because people want MTL coils as well. So I'm going to start making them as well. But they will eventually hit the menu, Alex. So like I say, I know you follow me on Discord. So if anything gets added to the menu, obviously I will message you through there, because obviously you're not got Telegram or you don't really deal with social media, so I'll let you know via Discord, because obviously that's how we've been communicating. Yes, Jem, I know, you tell me. It's absolutely ridiculous. I think I'm all right, because most of the stuff I've got, you can't more or less get anything anymore, but it's something that was said or shown by accident. I don't know the story of it, but yeah, they go on one, I think, every so often with loads of people, but luckily enough I haven't been targeted in that. I could be, you never know. It is YouTube, but yeah, they'll show other stuff that is not really appropriate. They just attack us vapors for some reason. Not a problem, Alex. Not a problem. Like I say, I will get contact with you through Discord if any changes or anything happens or anything gets added to the menu. But like I say, once I get going and can add a bit more wire and stuff and play with more stuff, obviously I want labels as well for them as well. So this is what they look like now, just for the aliens. So this is them there. So these are just normal 3-core aliens, 26 gauge wrapped in 36, like that. And then specs are on there. Well, specs are on there like that, just like that. And they're ready to go. They're ready to go. But obviously I want to get labels, some labels from it. But if you want a particular core that I can make to order, I can. It just won't necessarily have a label on the tub until I get some made. Yeah, I try not show any of that, or I try not. I think it's happened maybe once or twice, where I've realised and then covered it up. But yeah, I try not to show any information, or I look, if I'm going to show something on my live, I'll look at the package and see if there is anything there, so I know beforehand to cover it before I'm showing the box and everything. Yeah, or something like that. If I try not to, but if I have to, I'll just do it with marker. But I try and keep all my boxes as original as anything. So that's what I'm vaping, guys. At the moment, what I'm drinking. I hope everybody's got something to drink. I have got a Brooklyn Ales Bel Air Sour, which is a tropical sour, 5%, and they're the specs of it there. If it'll, it's a tropical sour. It's got tart, fruity and peach notes in there. Nice and cold. It's been in the freezer. So I appreciate all you all, guys. Thanks for joining. But don't forget, get into that Telegram group. Like I say, if you're not buying straight away, don't worry. There's stuff in there that won't be on social media as well. A little bit behind the scenes. So let's go in for the pour without it dripping everywhere. Nice and light. There we are. Straight away, I'm smelling the fruitiness. So I can smell definitely peach and then a mixture of fruit like pineapple. I'm sure I'm getting some pineapple in there. You can tell pineapple. I'm sure there's a little bit of pineapple in there. So I'm not going to pair it with this one because it's got a bakery juice in it. I'll pair it with the Dr. Popper one and we'll see how that goes. So I'm going to have a sip first before I pair it, just so I can taste what it's like before the pairing. So cheers, guys, everybody that's joined, and everybody on the hashtag replay crew. Appreciate you. Cheers. So definitely got a soury note to that. So I am definitely getting peach. Peach is definitely out there in front. I am getting some other fruity notes. Maybe not pineapple, even though I can smell pineapple. But it's more of those peaches and sort of like cherry notes to it. You know, sort of that sort of like soury type fruit with it, with a little bit of sourness, obviously, to the beer. So let's pair it with this one, the Dr. Popper. So yeah, that vape actually tones down that bit of peachiness and you get more of the other sort of notes. So I am sort of like tasting a little bit of pineapple in there, but it's more like cherry sort of thing, sort of like guava-y taste notes to it, proper tropical. But without the vape, obviously you can taste that peach, but that cola or cherry sort of cola aniseed that's in there has obviously toned down the peach and brought the other fruits out. Very nice and very sour. I do like my sours. Thanks, Gem. Cheers. Depends how you look at it, Mr. Intense. Some people like it. I don't mind it, but it's not my first choice on pizzas. And I'm, half Sicilian as well. So, I wouldn't say that in front of family because I'd probably end up turning up somewhere or disappearing if I say that. Just going to blow my nose, guys. So I'm going to turn off my mic. It's meant to go off because nobody wants to hear that. And I'm back. Definitely. Alexander Vape, yeah. I'm assuming in Belgium, obviously your Belgian beer is obviously going to be nice, and you probably can get some right strong ones in there. Mr. Intense, I'm right. Like I say, I'm half Sicilian, so it's all right saying it like this, but I probably wouldn't say it in front of them because, like I say, I'd probably disappear for even suggesting it. So, guys, so what I would normally do now is show you what I'm going to build on, but like I say, I'm so unprepared today. I haven't even had a chance to look at what I'm going to build on, so I'm not going to show you. I'm just going to get on with the build that I'm wanting to do today, and then decide once the build is done. So I am going to do a 3-course stag fuse Clapton using 28 gauge cores, 38 stagger, and then obviously 38 for the final wrap, fusing all 3 cores together. So I already do have 2 cores already prepared, staggered in front of me. so I'll show you how I do the third piece, because nobody wants to sit through me doing 3 pieces of staggered fused Claptons. So I've already got 2 prepared, and then we'll get on to the next bit as well. Where we are? Where are we? Just let me check, keep up with the chat, guys, so I don't miss anything. Oreos. I don't mind Oreos, Jem. Definitely, definitely. Alex, I bet you got some really nice ones there as well. So, Jem, you're not Jem, Gaming Vapor, you're rebuilding your Dead Rabbit V3 RTA. I find that as well. I'm even thinking I might even get the Recoil R3 out, but I don't know yet. That's what I've been thinking, because I don't think I've had that out since I did the live stream, using it for a bit. So I might break that out, the R3. I don't know yet, but we'll see how we go. So like I say, I'm prepared. I'll get you swiveled round. Most of you already know what I'm using and the tools that I'm using. I will briefly go through them, but I won't go into detail. If you have any questions or anything, just ask in the chat, and then hopefully I will see your comment and let you know. But I won't be going into too much detail. I just will be sorting stuff out. So let me get the camera all set up and swiveled round. So there we are. And hopefully as well, I have sorted out the jumping a bit that I had last week. And I think that was down to me not having a certain setting sorted out, which I have got on, so hopefully I won't have no jumping going on, like in and out like I did last time. So let's get there. So I want obviously you to see what I'm doing. When I need to get you in close, I will get you in close, but obviously let's get a bit set up. Gaming Vapor, yeah, that's what I've been thinking. So it might make a it might make the build tonight. I don't know. I haven't had it out for a bit. So like I say, there's my 2 prepared pieces just there. Like I say, 28 gauge core, 38 staggered. Already done there, because nobody wants to see me do 3 staggered pieces. That's way too long and way too boring. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get my drill out. So I'm using this Daedalus Pro drill with a flat chuck. You can use just your normal cordless drill if you want. And I use this table, so I've got it about eye length. So, like I say. And then I just clamp that down with a clamp, just so it doesn't move. And it stays nice and steady, like that. Right, so I'm just using some swivels. Use some really good swivels. Don't skimp out on your swivels, because you'll end up just buying more like I have done. So don't be like me. Get some proper swivels. So 28 gauge, 36 gauge. So I use Stealth Vape NI80 for my wire. Really good wire. So I've got that. 28 gauge is going to be my core. 36 gauge NI80, 38 gauge, sorry, NI80 is going to be my staggered and my final wrap. So let me get a piece of wire off here. It's nice and thin, so you can give it a good little stretch. I like to have extra wire when doing builds like this, just in case. So I'm going to do round about 35 centimeters, obviously for room in the chuck, and bits that I'm going to twist in the swivel and stuff like that. Obviously I like to have extra. So once you've given it a little pull, it'll come out nice and straight. So I'm just going to quickly roughly measure out 35 centimeters, 350 millimeters, and in inches that is just under 14 inches if you want to measure it in inches, or you can just go to a straight 14 inches if you want, or 13 inches. So I'm going to put a little bit of an L in the end for the chuck, so it's nice and thin wire. So this is going to test my eyes a bit, because I do use binoculars, but this is a thinner wire than what I normally use. So there's my piece there with the L in. That's just for mounting in there. Orias's Mini, Alex, yeah, I eventually probably want to get one of those Orias's if money permits me to, or I can find one, and some Luscious liquid. Which Luscious are you vaping on, Alex? So I do use these. Invest in these if your eyesight isn't great, and this just helps me get a close-up of what I'm doing also. So let me open this chuck up like that. So there is a center point, so it will sit in the center. So I'm just going to pop that in with the L leaning out, and that's just to help me mount my wire for when I'm doing the staggered. So there we are, just going to lock that in. So I will get you in close when I need you to be in close. So I'm just going to attach this to my swivel like that, do some wraps around, lock it in. The Broomhilda MTL, Big Gem. I haven't even got a Broomhilda yet. I did want the original Broomhilda, but yeah, I haven't even got round to getting a Broomhilda. But I'm not much of an RDTA person, but it doesn't mean I won't like one in my collection. So I'm just going to as well just quickly measure how much wire that I've got, which is about the same as what I had on the two prepared ones. So I'm going to get just a little bit set up at the moment, and then I will get you in close when I need you in close. So just to make it easier for me, and so my head's not going to keep bashing the camera every time I move forward, I'm just going to... You've got loads of Broomhildas? That's good. I'm well jealous. Oh, where are we at? So this is a thinner wire as well. So as well, when you're doing staggered, you want to do it all the same direction. It's not like an alien where you have to do your decore the opposite direction. Just do it in the direction you're comfortable winding your or turning your wire. So I like to wrap over the top, so just keep it all in the same direction with the staggered and the final wrap. So like I say, that little leg on the outside is to just secure my wire in. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a few tight wraps just to lock it in. And then once I've done that, I'm going to purposely stagger a few wraps just... and I've messed up, guys. So I haven't even got my spacing wire out. So we'll use that first little piece there. So I do need a spacing wire. Like I say, my head is running 10 to a dozen. So I do need a spacing wire. So before I do all that and give you all misinformation of what I'm doing, so you want a piece to obviously create your stagger. So you use exactly the same wire that you do in your stagger and your final wrap. So now that I've got that, I will again attempt this. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they do help, Mickey 3D, definitely. And my eyes aren't great, and you get different lenses. And it's just when I'm doing stuff like this or using thin wire like this, I can get a good close-up of what I'm doing and making sure everything's consistent and what I'm doing. So like I say, I'm just going to do a few, making sure my drill's in the right direction, sorry, which it now is. So like I say, I'm just going to do just a few, just like I would say normal Clapton, and then I'm just going to create some space in there to mount my wire. So let me just get you in close here so you can see obviously what I've created here. And let me get that focus sorted out as well so you can see. So bit of manual focus. Yeah. So there, as you can see, just to lock it in, I have got just a normal, just done a few wraps, and then I've started to stagger it a bit, just so I can put this spacing wire in there. So different ways you can do it. You can use button method, you can use different sort of tools and stuff. I just use a piece of wire which I wrap around twice, just so when I'm going along it doesn't jump. If I wrap it around once and just hang something off it and I'm going too fast, without knocking the camera, it might jump. So I wrap it around twice. All right. Yeah, they are, definitely. Oh, do they? I might have to have a look at ModFog. So, very carefully, while the camera is also in the way, which I'm going to move out. So I'm going to move you out, just so it gives me more room. And let me go there like that. So I will get you in close once I've got this wire mounted. So I'm going to place this wire in between the first staggered wrap that I created, like that, and then wrap around once, and then I'm going to go around twice, which will create the double wrap like that. So now all I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this end with my tweezers like that, give it a little twist, because I'm going to be hanging something off here, because I'll need some weight. I can't just put the wire on there and let it hang, because it will jump. So I need to put a weight on the bottom. So I'm just twisting that wire and locking it in like that. Obviously still giving it a little pull, and then I'm just going to use my tweezers like that. And then what I have here is just a weight that I use, which is just like a peg sort of thing that I've just added some weight to it. And I'm just going to hang that off there like that. And then I am going to pull it a bit. So hopefully if that doesn't mess up on me. There we are. And I'll manual focus this so you can see it a lot better. So So there we are. So the bit that's hanging, I've wrapped around twice the first few staggers that I did. So like I say, if I just use the one loop method and I did it at full speed, it's likely that that wire would jump and then just make a normal Clapton and I wouldn't know about it. So this is why I do the 2 loop or 2 wrap around. So you can do more if you want. You could do an extra one just to be on the safe side. But 2 wrap loop is perfectly all right. Like I say, locked it in, got something not too heavy, but heavy enough to keep it nice and weighted. Obviously to create that stagger on there. And then grab your spool, obviously making sure that your wire is in front of that staggered piece just there. Now you want to have as much of a right angle as possible. So what I tend to do is to make sure that those staggers are nice and straight, I sort of like lean the wire just a fraction hair towards the drill just to make those staggers sit up nice and straight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get going. Once this gets to about here, I won't move you across the whole part of the wire. You can see how it gets going and create that staggered. Once you get to about here, I'll bring the camera out and finish it off. Discount code. Alexander's yet? Wow. Right, let's get going, guys. So, like I say, I'm just holding it a hair towards the drill rather than the right angle just to make that those staggered pieces do sit nice and straight. And as this turns, so I know you can't see it clearly, but it has created a nice even staggered spacing just there. So I am going to go fast. You can go fast. So if I just slow down just about there, you can see the staggered there. It's creating a nice staggered. And if I want, like I want to do now, go at high speed, I don't have to worry about this loop here hanging down, jumping and just creating a Clapton without me knowing. So it'll stay nice and even and create that nice even spacing as well. So like I say, right angle, but just a fraction of a hair towards the drill. Right, this is wobbling a bit. I think I'm holding my spool a bit too tight. So let's try again. So now that that's like that, guys, I'm just going to zoom you out, but you can see what I'm doing. So we'll get you there. Take that off. Take that auto lock focus on there and just carry on. So just like if you're doing like a decal for an alien, once you cut it off, it will spring back maybe a centimeter or so. So take that into consideration when you're doing it. I will obviously leave a bit extra on this end for runoff. And for those who don't understand what runoff is, there will be some springiness in the spacing. So when you're doing the final wrap, they will move slightly as you're wrapping them and fusing them all together. So I'm just going to have a quick look and everything seems all right. They will get a bit of a spring back and then also a bit for runoff if it needs to move as well. So that's looking good. Like I say, these goggles do definitely help. I'm doing this at high speed, like I say, just a slight hair towards the drill, just to make sure that those staggered pieces are nice and straight for the final wrap. So that's still going nicely, perfectly. Nice looks so far, nice even spacing. And obviously this is fine wire as well, so it can be hard to see, hence why I use um, these magnifiers or goggles as I use them. So I haven't gone all the way to the end because obviously I still want some for mounting as well, and it will spring back a little bit, which is good. So you want to hold your spool not too tight, just so you've got a bit of that flexibility in there. And I can tell straight away there's some flexibility in there because it's gone about just over a centimetre. So that's a staggered piece, and I've done that another two pieces just there. Now I will get you in close, hopefully close enough so you can see that stagger just a little bit clearer. I won't need to use this either, so this will get discarded. That's on here because I can't really use it, it's only a small piece. Let's see if I can keep up with chat, sorry. Is that fast? Thank you. Better airflow. Yeah, it is. It is. I have tried the Orices, Alex. Wow. So, Alex, you prefer the 30mm rather than 25. Wow. So, let me just. I'm going to try and get you in as close as possible. So, hopefully, after some focus, you should be able to see that nice and close. Sorry if I'm missing any chat, guys. I do apologize. It's nice to see you all talking. So there we have it. If I can stop this from shaking. So there we are. That is your staggered, as you can see, nice even spacing along. Obviously doing that double loop around. There we are. That double loop around. Now you can do it the single loop around, you just can't do it as fast as what I've just done on here. But if you do the 2 or 3 wrap just to be on the safe side, you should be good to do it right fast. But yeah, and then have something obviously to weight it down if need be. But some nice even spacing just there. Yeah, Mickey 3D. The Emperor is probably one of my favorite top airflow RTAs, I've got to admit. But I'm normally like you, a bottom airflow sort of person. So guys, let me get you out now. There we are. Get you out, get that off. Make sure I've got the right camera, which I have. So, like I said, here, you can probably just about tell by the cover that just there is where the staggered spring back a bit. So I have got some free wire here. Now, when it comes to mounting, I won't be mounting all 3 wires to the swivel. Depending on how many cores I've got in my staggered, if I've got an odd number of cores doing a stag, I will just mount the middle wire. If I'm doing an even cores of stags, I do the 2 center wires in the chuck and then just let the other ones roam free with some straws which I've got there, which I will show you. So now when it comes to taking this off, you need to be very, very careful that you don't disturb the spacing in any way. Don't be running your fingers down the piece of wire. Now, that is easier said than done. There's many times I've done a stag and I've run my finger down. For whatever reason, I've forgotten and I've messed up the spacing and had to do another one. Yeah, Alex, I thought that as well with the top cap until I started paying attention of where the airflow is and where the notch, because obviously on the top of the Emperor, the top cap, it's got a notch and then obviously a rail that follows after. Now, I think if you're putting the top cap on, you want to be at that end of the airflow that goes onto that notch to obviously twist it on. Once you realize where this position is and imprint it in your brain, which I have, I find it a lot more easier to obviously get it on as well. But I haven't had the problem with the disc coming apart in the top cap where I can't get it on. It's tight and has stayed tight so far. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to break that just so it's easy to pull off. Very carefully, I am going to use scissors, and the reason why I'm using scissors and not me pliers is I want a nice clean cut of this wire. So I'm just going to cut it there and then keeping an eye on where the staggered is, because obviously I've got a bit of room obviously for runoff as well. I'm just going to very, very carefully let that go so it slides out. And I'm not going to handle it too much in any way. I'm just going to pop it there. So that's my 3 pieces or 3 cores that I'm going to fuse together. So 28 gauge I don't need anymore, but I do need the 36 gauge. This is a good idea as well. I nicked this off JJ's Coils. He does have a YouTube channel, so go check his YouTube out as well. It's Johnny Johnson with some numbers on the end. JJ Coils in America. I learned a lot of him, off his videos and stuff. And like I say, go show him some love and go subscribe to his channel as well, because he's the master at these builds. And he does it with 40 gauge staggered. So that might be something I will try, but I bet that is right intricate as well. Let's have a quick break. That is true, Mickey 3D. I eventually got used to it. Dual eye tank. I don't think I've ever had an eye tank, Alex. Not a problem, Gaming Vapor. You go grab a Dr. Pepper. Shrek, how we doing? Nice to see you. Cheers. Hope you've got a nice drink going. It was your first RTA, Alex. Thanks for joining anyway, Shrek. Appreciate it. Yeah, I've still got most of my stuff as well, Alex, as you know. But yeah, let's have a quick break. Nice sour beer there. And a bit of Dr. Popper with that. You're just having some pasta. Sounds nice. What are you having? Are you having like a spaghetti bolognese? Or just some pasta? Some people like just pasta and cheese. And stuff like that. The first dead rabbit. I don't have a dead rabbit RDA. I was one of the ones that had the drop to begin with. Yeah, that Shrek, I'm hoping I get one of them at one time. An RTA for vaping. I bet it was, Jem. Me and the missus, we had salmon, homemade coleslaw, homemade potato salad, and bit of bread as well, bit of crusty bread, some sourdough bread with that. Right, guys, let me get you in a little bit close so I can show you this preparation that I'm going to do with these 3 cores now before I put them into my chuck. So get you about there. So the camera is nicely focused. Just pop that there so it's out of the way. Oh, is it a really good one? Have you got the standard one, Trek, or have you got the limited edition one? That's the thing about vaping, Alex. What one person really likes, another one might not. I think that's why there's so much variety out there. But I haven't tried one yet, so I can't really comment on how it is. I can only go off what people have said. So there's one piece just there. So I'm holding the part of the end of the coil where there is no staggered on, which is on this side. As you can see, the staggered starts there. So I'm just going to pop that there. As you can see, they do have the L still on, which I am going to remove in a second. I'm just going to get all of them together like that. So there are my 3 cores of staggered, just there, the top half anyway, just so you can roughly see what I'm doing to prepare them, as long as I'm not too far into the chat on the screen. So I'm not going to drag it, I'm going to pick it up and move it. So like I say, you've got to be very careful now with these cores that you don't drag or swipe your hand down them. And like I say, that's easier said than done, because I've done that and like I say, I've messed it all up. So what I'm going to do is very, very carefully I'm going to carefully just cut the L's off these staggered pieces, just very carefully. So there we are, that's one piece cut. And obviously having these binoculars I can see right close as well. That's the second piece. Well, I'm going to try and get the second piece off. There we are. And then the third piece just off there. So that is just all the L's just chopped off just there like that. Am I missing the chat? Limited edition Shrek, that's nice. Sorry about that, guys. I've just taken my glasses off, and you probably hardly heard what I just said there, but I've just cut the ends off there. All right. Not a problem, Alex. I'll see you soon. Shrek, let me do this. It might be a collector's item with the letters missing. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to zoom you out, because what I need to do now is I need to very, very carefully, with extra help from these binoculars. So I'm putting two lenses on there, and I want these on so I can see right close, because I'm going to pick these up very, very carefully, and then I'm going to line them up so they're all nice and straight and flowing. So I'm going to be pulling this straight up to my face. So I'm very, very carefully, I don't want to run my fingers down it. I just want to hold it in one place. Then very, very carefully, I'm going to slide the second piece, obviously not up and down, just side to side like that. And then the same with this piece there. Make it nice and level, or levelish, like that. And then very carefully, I'm just going to push them together like that. Not running my fingers down, just moving my fingers as I need to, and then holding again. So very carefully, I'm just going to have a quick close-up of these with my goggles. Like I say, I'm making sure that all the staggers are in a line. So let me get that. I know this is very hard to see. Let me see if I can get that focused a bit. So there we are. So just there, I'm making sure that they're all lined up and straight next to each other, and the staggered empties are all in line. So when it comes to the final wrap, which is what I'm going to be doing now after mounting, will be perfect for the final wrap. So let's get that off. So what I'm going to do is now, very, very carefully, is I'm going to mount this in my chuck. So like I said, there is a center cut out there for the middle one to rest. So I just want to roughly get that in there, which is about there. So I'm going to lock that down, and then I'm just going to very carefully let go. Not run my fingers down, just let go. So I'm going to lock that in nice and tight. Not a problem, Shaq. Thanks for dropping in, my brother. I appreciate it. Thanks for rejoining Gaming Vapor. And like Mr. Intense has said, Shrek Reviews enjoy. I'm sure his link as well for his YouTube channel will come up in the chat as well, so go show him some love and go follow his channel as well, and also on social media. So I'm just going to take this tail end of what I did the staggered in just off my swivel, just so I haven't got anything obstructing what I'm doing. So I know you can't see exactly what I'm doing here, but like I say, I will get you in close when I need to. So what I'm going to do is very carefully just hold it, move my fingers, hold it, keeping everything in line, holding it. So when I get down to this end, I know which one is my middle lead or my center core of this build, which I will be mounting into the swivel, and then letting the two outside ones just roll like normal, just on its own. So now that I've got to the end where there's no staggered on the end, I've got it there. So these straws here will just help. So the bit of straws that I've cut down the center so they're easy to pull off, I'm just going to slide them on there, because obviously with the staggered bit just here, I can't put a key ring on there. You can use sticky tape if you want, but you can't really put any paper clips or anything on because you could mess your spacing up. So because I'm only doing my middle lead, because I'm doing an odd 3 core, obviously I don't want the outside ones to be flapping about too much. So very carefully, I'm just going to place that on my hand and then thread the straw very carefully on to those 3 cores. And I'm going to do that with 2. Like I say, I'm just holding it, I'm not pressing down. And then just this will help everything stay together and obviously not mess up that core. So I'm just going to move this to me. I'm just making sure that I have the center wire in the center, not running my fingers down, just holding, moving, and then letting go. So I'm not interrupting those spacings. And then once I get to the end and I know what my center lead is, I'll just grab the center lead like that. So that is my center lead just there, and this is what I'm going to be mounting to my swivel. So very careful, mount that on there. Very, very carefully. So I do want to make a little bit of a bend in there just so it doesn't come loose. So that leg there, I just want to move out. Just want to move out slightly, like that. And if you need any help, like I sort of do just here, just to make sure, I'm just going to grab it here and give it another twist, just to lock it in like that. That's perfect. So now that I've got the middle lead tighten, I can secure my vise down with the swivels. Let me move you out. Let me make sure. So there we are. So that's roughly what I've done there. So I've secured the middle lead because I'm doing an odd core stag. So I'll just secure the middle lead. If I'm doing even stags, I do the 2 center ones. So that's that. And then I've secured it up. I have not too much of a resistance in there. I have got it quite tight. Make sure that's locked down as well. I want to make sure that my swivels turn, which they do, without creating a swivel, which I have and didn't want to do. Which is like that, which is good. That should, as we go along, also straighten itself out. So that's mounted and more or less ready. I am going to be using some nylon pliers as well. So I'll get you in as close as I can so you can see. So let me get that focused in for you. So that's not too bad. Let me get you in a bit more closer. It will be slightly harder to see because it's a right thin wire. But I'll get you in as best as I can, obviously with it not obstructing what I need to do and see as well. So I'd say about there should be good. For now anyway. So I've got this all prepared like that. As you can see, those wires on the outside will be flapping about a bit. Looks like just here, again, I have messed up my spacing just there, which I didn't want to do. Yeah, I've messed up that spacing just there. Hopefully it won't be too much of a problem when it comes to wrapping it finally. But as you can see there, because obviously I'm on camera, I have messed up that spacing just there. So I've probably just moved my hand a bit too much. And like I say, that's not something I really wanted to do. So again, 38 gauge, what I use to do the stagger and everything is what I'll use to do the final wrap. So I'm just going to take advantage of this and push it through. I'm going to try and push it through, which I can't. So sometimes you can't get it through, sometimes you can, which I can't. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to try and thread it into there and do just a couple of wraps by hand. So like I say, this will require patience and a little bit of patience, well, a lot of patience should I say. So I do have a few wraps already done just there like that. So this is going to be a combination of using my drill and hand wrapping. It's one of those builds as well that you can correct yourself if you do go wrong. So it's not like an Alien where if you mess up, you've got to carry on. So in this situation, I will be using my nylons pliers just to flatten it down and get everything nice and situated. Let's see if I can get you in just a little bit closer. Is that a bit better? There we are. That's a lot better. So there we are. So like I say, it will need a bit of patience and finesse. So take your time. There will be a combination of hand rolling and moving the drill just at low speed. And then I will be crimping every so often just to keep everything straight, because obviously I don't want a bulge or it collapsing in any way. Probably in this sort of case, if you had a little bit of tape, you could use a bit of tape just to keep them all straight and everything. But if you haven't, a pair of nylon pliers will come in handy. So there we are. So that is the first couple of wraps just done there. Have a quick vape. Let's carry on. So you need more or less of a 90-degree angle on there. If not, just slightly towards the swivel a bit, but yeah, if you hold it more or less dead on, you should be good. So like I say, I am going to be going slowly, and I need to make sure that I've got the right lens on as well, and try not smack anything. And I can't see with that one. Have I pulled out the wrong lens? Could be this one. Yeah, that's a bit better. So I'm going to put it on. I'm hardly going to be holding my spool. Get your angle right, and everything should fall into place. So as you can see, I'm going slow, I'm not going fast. I just want to get those wraps sorted and in place. I'm hardly holding my spool. It's easy as well to think you need to move your spool a lot, which you don't. It's not like doing a normal Clapton where you obviously your hand moves, you're hardly going to be moving. And then just get in there with some nylon pliers just to flatten that out, and then carry on again. So I am actually watching this through the camera, so I'm not holding my spool very tight. There we are. Like I say, it's very easy to think you need to move your spool very fast, and you don't. I'm not going to go too fast because obviously I want everything to be nice and perfect. But as you can see on camera, that wire's falling into those spaces perfectly. And my drill's not going too fast. I don't want it to go too fast. I just want it. So like that, if you've made a mistake, don't worry. Just reverse your drill. Get your finger and just pull it. It's a thin wire, so you should be good just pulling it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hand wrap this bit here that I got wrong, just until I get going again. Like I say, I'm hardly holding my spool. You don't want to be holding your spool too tight. You want to hold it very loose and slackly, because you don't want to obviously overlap your coils in any way. So I am doing this through the camera, guys, because I've got you in that close that I can't actually see the wire in front of me. Obviously I want you to see the detail as well, so just give it a little bit of a crimp, and then what it'll do is it'll sort out a little bit of your wire going forward. So again, I'm just going to obviously establish my angle again. Establish my angle again. Make sure my drill is in the correct direction. And then just slowly go. Like I say, this is a very, very slow process. And it's, like I've said before, it isn't a rush. It's take your time. And then when you see a little bit of bowing just there, you get your nylon pliers and give it a little bit of a pinch, just like that. And like I say, that should straighten you out a bit. And just make sure that your angle is perfect and your wire should just fall straight into those grooves. And then if you get just a tidgy bit bored, you can go a little bit faster, but take your time. You don't have to do it full speed. You just want those wires falling into those grooves just nicely. So like I say, it's a nice build, but very slow and intricate. And it's one you have to take your time with as well. So like I say, I'm doing this through the camera because I can't really see that close, because I've obviously got the camera there. And I want you to see this just fall into place, just like that. Then if you get your angle wrong, just reverse and pop that back in to the right angle. And then my angle is not perfect again, just move it across. There we are. So your angle is very important. So let me move you over just a little bit. Sorry if this part is a little bit boring for you guys. So like I say, if you make a mistake, the angle of the dangle, definitely. The angle of the dangle, I like that, intense. So I am going to get going again, not too fast. Hardly holding my spool. But tight enough for it to fall into those spacings. Like that. And then when, like I say, when you get a little bit of a bow just there, go in with your nylon pliers just to flatten it out. And then it'll also straighten out as well that bit of wire that you're going to be wrapping as well. And let's get going again. So like I say, it's very intricate, this build, but it's easy if you go wrong as well, because you can just back up and correct what you're doing. And then once you get sort of like a little bit of a groove going on, you can pick up your pace if you want, like I'm doing. I'm just not going to mess about too much. And like I say, you don't want to be holding your spool too tight as well. You want to hold it nice and slack, but not so slack that it's not going to go into those grooves. So like I say, once you get a groove going, just get it going. And like I say, once you start seeing a little bit of a bow just there, just hit it with your nylon pliers, and that will straighten that out for you. And then also straighten out a little bit of the wire that you're going to wrap as well. Oh wow, I've had that before. Gaming Vapor, where I've looked at something and I'm like, how long has that coil and that wick been in there? And as you can see, we are getting up to that bit of a mistake in the staggered, which it looks as if I've obviously messed up a bit. So I have messed up there. So just very carefully reverse. Use your fingers just to grab and stretch that wire a little bit more straighter, and then I'm going to just wind by hand like that. Just get past that mistake bit that's feeding up, I'm just doing this bit by hand. Just getting the groove going again. Giving it a little bit of a pinch there. And then, oh, get the drill in the right direction. And then obviously get your groove on. Do a couple of wraps. Now I am getting to that mistake. So let's see what happens with that. So let me just move stuff across so I can see. So yeah, there is a mistake there. So I'm just going to very carefully correct that. As you can see just here, I've messed up the spacing a hell of a lot. So there is going to be an imperfection. In this build. So because that's weird as well in the center, I'm just going to hit it with the pliers just to flatten out. Obviously there's nothing I can do about that spacing or that part. It's just going to look ugly until I get past that part. And inconsistent. So yeah. So I'm just going to get it in there. Like I say, this bit's not going to look pretty. This section just here. As you can see, it doesn't look great because I messed up the spacing. But hopefully once I get past that bit of spacing just there, it'll all start falling into place again. So it's not what I wanted, but unfortunately that is my fault. Running my fingers down, like I said, it's easier said than done. It's easier said than done, but like I say, just be very careful of running your fingers down or disrupting those wraps in any way by running your finger down. So we should be back on track now, and hopefully won't come across any mistakes down the line. But yeah, that bit's gonna look a bit ugly. And again, just hit it. With your nylon pliers, because it's nice and soft. And it won't mess up your build too much as well. So like I say, once you get a groove going, run with it. Do about 3 or 4 wraps. Stop. Make sure everything's good. If you get a bit of bowing just there, just hit it. Sorry if you can hear beeping in the background, guys. Looks like somebody's ordered an Uber. So like I say, you've got to be very patient with this one, guys. And I've done staggers before on here. And you know it's a right long process as well. So again, because the wire is so thin, I'm actually using the camera to obviously see what I'm doing. So there again, I've got my angle wrong. So just do a couple of wraps just to sort of get your angle right. And then just carry on. Like I say, it's easy to move your spool thinking that you need to, but what you'll find is your spoon will be in the same position for a bit until you can obviously move it. And then again, just hit it with that. Get a groove going. Like I say, hardly holding your spool. You just want to hold it enough so it'll sit in those grooves. And get your angle right. And like I say, like that, if you find you get a bit of bowing from the middle wire, just hit it and that will straighten it out. And let's get going again. And like I say, those pieces of straw will just help everything not flap about so much. But once you get the groove of your spool, you should be good, unless you make a mistake like I have just done, moving my spool too soon. And I've messed up there. There we are. Move that across that straw a bit. I just need to get back into that groove again. There we are. Straighten out that wire. Give it a little press. And like I say, it'll sort out your wire just here a bit. Gently holding the spool. And like I say, once you get your tension on your spool correct, you can, and every time I say that, I mess up and prove myself wrong. So I'm just going to hand wind these mistake wires just like that, and then start again. So as I was saying, once you get your groove on and you've got your tension on your spool correct, because obviously you don't want to hold on to your spool too tight, you want to hold it very loosely. So thanks all of you that are still here, still enjoying the content. Just move that across. One. Is that right? There we are. And stop moving your spool too quick. Faz, I'm moving my spool too quick. And like I say, I'm getting it wrong because I'm trying to move my spool too quick to this side, to the left, and then messing up. But like I say, at least it's not an alien. So if you do mess up, you can just carry on, reverse back, and correct what you're doing. There we are. So we'll move you across again, guys. Just got to set my spool right. Move you across. So get my angle right, which it isn't. Come on, Faz. That angle a bit right there. And get going. And as you can see, you will get twisting. Don't worry about that. It is going to twist. You just got to make sure that middle one doesn't collapse on you in your build or bows out. Yeah, it's good to make these mistakes, yeah, so I can show you how to correct them. Wink, wink. Truth is you're trusting somebody who can't build. But like with everything, these mistakes happen more when I'm on camera rather than when I'm off camera. I'm not saying I don't make mistakes off camera. I do. I make loads of mistakes off camera. But I like to own my mistakes as well, because not everybody's perfect, just like I am now, thinking that I'm clever. and going too fast and missing spaces. But like I say, with this sort of coil build, it's easier to correct. You can just wind back and, like I say, just hand wind past these rigid bits in your wire. If not, like I say, get your nail and just give it a nice pull like that and you should be good. So there we are. So again, just going to very carefully give it a pinch, and like that. Sometimes when you give it a pinch you can miss a wrap there. True, that is true gaming vapor. So like I say, once you get a groove going, should be good. And again, I'll move you down again. Let me try and make that just a little bit more clearer for you. There we are. And then just when I need to, I'll just move this straw down. Again, I'm going to hit it with some nylon pliers and carry on. Like I say, once you get a groove going and your tension on your spool just perfect, and you get that sense that you don't have to move your spool away from your drill as quick as you would normally would, you're good. And again, after a couple of turns on there, just give it a quick little squeeze with the nylon pliers, and that'll just flatten out, and then flatten out a bit of your wire just there that you're going to be wrapping. So I have got a bit of bow in there, so I am going to straighten that out, and that happens basically. I might be holding my spool too tight or slightly more tension on my spool than I need, and angle as well. But yeah, just straighten that out, get it going, make sure that's nice and straight, feeding up, and carry on, making sure you get your angle right. And again, this is happening because I am trying to move my spool too quick. So there we are. Getting the angle right. Giving it another little pinch. Just like that. And then very carefully carry on. So I'm hoping you're enjoying the content so far, guys, and hopefully this coil build will eventually hit my menu when I start doing it. But I'm used to doing 26 gauge, 36 gauge ones, so slightly thinner wire. Obviously it's going to be just slightly more intricate. Come on. Come on, Henry. Let's have a quick drink. That really is a nice sour beer, that. So I'd say we're just more or less about halfway, or just before halfway. Doing good. So I am just gonna quickly wipe my brow. Sorry, not bra. Not wearing a bra, guys. Although I do have titties, so I probably should wear a bra. But anyway, like I was saying, let's get back to it. So angle not perfect. There we are. That's better. So there we are. Just gonna move this straw over. I don't want to change the angle of my spool just yet. So there we are. Just gonna stop there and give it a little pinch. A little bit of a pinch just there. And that, there we are. And again, get going. So like I say, guys, if you're bored or anything, go check out that Telegram link that's pinned in the comments. Go join that group. Not only can you contact me to buy the coils, but I also post things that will not make social media. So you get a bit of behind the scenes action just there. So like I say, go check that out. So again, let's get going. So when you get a little bit of bowing in there like I have, I'm just going to give it a pinch, and also move you along again. So as you can see, we are getting closer to that other straw, which means we're nearly at the end. But I am going to take my time. I'm just going to change my lenses up a little bit so I can see a little bit better what I'm doing here. That's perfect. Let's carry on. So again, got a little bit of that center wire bowing out a bit. Just give it a little press. That'll flatten it out. And then carry on. So as I'm getting on, give it a little. Like I say, do a couple, 5 or 10 wraps, stop, give it a pinch. A bit of bow in there. Let's see if I can sort this focus out a little bit better. Just there, a little bit better, so you can see. Going to hit that. And then once you get going as well, as long as your spacing is all correct, that will work. As long as your spacing is correct. So again, preparation is always key, working with stags. So you do want to take your time. And like I say, part of this that's bowing is probably because they're flapping around a bit and I'm holding my spool a bit too tight. There we are. And we're getting there. We're over halfway, just about 3/4 of the way now with this build. So thanks for everybody that is here and is also being very extremely patient as well. And like I say, I can always add these to the menu or make them to order as well. I've just got to make sure that obviously I've got the labels. If you want them, then obviously I can do them. But you might get them until I get some labels made. You might get them without the Fuzzy's coil label, but I can make them as long as I've got the wire in. I can make them. So I don't know if I did hit that, but I'll just hit that again. Get going. So I am getting a bit cheeky now, going a bit fast. But yeah, just keep it on a going. So like I say, do about 5 to 10 wraps. Then stop, give it a check, give it a pinch if need be. And also if you've got your tension right as well on your spool, you should be alright as well. So again, give it a little pinch. And you're good to go again. As you get to the end, it might be a little bit more fiddly. Right. Yeah. Give it a pinch. Get yourself all comfortable. Wrong ones. So I do have one of my straws just here I am going to pull off. Just like that. I do have an issue with one of my wires just here that I am going to try and correct. So as you can see here, there's a bit of a knotting going on here, which is not what I want. So let me just quickly sort this out, guys, because obviously I don't want to waste any of this staggered. So that should be good. So this should be good, but I am gonna slow down just a smidgen. I'm gonna take my time. Just after a couple, I'm gonna pinch just to get those straight again. Like so. And again, start off again. And hopefully I won't have any issues here. Just here. So as you can see, just have to be slightly careful here. And take my time with this end bit. So I'm going to do a couple, give it a little pinch. Take your time. Give that a little pinch. I'm going to take my time with this last bit, because obviously I've got a bit of weirdness just here and I don't want to mess up. And hopefully get the full length of this wire. picking up the wrong stuff here, guys. Pinch, 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 and pinch. There we are. Appreciate you all that are still here. So, again, I'm going to give it a pinch. Bring it a bit more towards me there. Make sure that's all straight. Give it a pinch. Give it a pinch. Like so. Make sure that's in place there. Carry on. So now that I've done that a bit more, give it a pinch again. Then carry on. Right, and again, I just want to give that a pinch. Give that a nice pinch, just like that. Just to straighten it out. So we are getting to the end of this wire, and I've messed up. So I'll try and get you across a bit more. Just like that. So I am gonna move back because I messed up. Give it a pinch. especially there. And carry on. Rushing it again because it's the last bit. And I'm moving the angle of my spool too quick. Give it a little pinch. So we're nearly to the end of it, guys. Thanks for being patient with this build. Moving my spool again, too quick. And the wrong angle. Give it a squeeze. Oh, focus has gone out a bit there. See if I can sort that out. Say about there. So guys, I'm going to stop there. That's the end of the build, and I'm more or less on the edge now. I'm going to cut that off. And there we are, guys. Focus. It's going good. Alex, thanks for asking. I've finished now. I'm just showing the coil as best as I can. Thank you, Mr. Intense. There we are. So there we are. Triple core, staggered fuse Clapton. I will get you in closer once I've got it chopped off, but yeah. 28 gauge cores staggered with 38, and then final wrap with 38 as well. Looking nice. So thanks for being patient, everyone, guys. Let me get that back a little bit. So yeah, I've got twists and turns in here. Not to worry. Just grab your nylon pliers and just give it a little twist. And that should take that twist out most of the way for you, if need be. There we are. So there is going to be twists and there's going to be turns in there. Not to worry too much. Perfect. And it will move as well. Just want to have a look. That is looking good. So it's not perfect, but I can make that look pretty. So I'm just going to chop that off there. Get rid of that. Just move that swivel out of the way. Take that off. And wipe the brow. So like I say, very long and intricate build. I mind you, I say that about all the builds, but yeah, these ones are a lot more complicated and a bit more intricate. So I'm just going to chop that off there. Give it a quick measure. Beautiful. More than enough there. More than enough. So come on, Henry. Come on, Henry. So there's a bit of a closer look at it. All looking nice and good. There we are. So there's our stick of wire. Just let me pop that over here a bit. Do a bit of housekeeping. Keep everything nice and tidy. Boom. Straws, very good little tip there. Right, guys, there is the build. So there's a couple of ways that you can make this look pretty. You can roll it on a flat surface with something not too heavy, just to straighten everything out and stuff like that. So you could get like a flat surface and something like that. That's solid. This is just a brass sleeve from an AV Able. So you could put that on. You could lay your coil on something flat and just roll it. Because not everybody is going to have what I've got here, which is a pasta maker. Now, those that have joined me before will have seen me use this. So it's just basically a pasta maker, and I'm just going to run the coil through, and what that'll do is that'll just make it look a bit more prettier and make sure all the wires sat nicely in those grooves, and then slowly straighten it out as well. So I've just got this on the first setting, and there is a little bit of resistance in there, and I'm just going to very carefully thread it through there, and that's all I'm going to do, and that'll just make it look a little bit more nicer. So I'm just going to very carefully thread it through, making sure to help it out with some of the twists that are in there, and then make sure that underneath here as well that this end doesn't catch on anything. So this does actually move a little bit, so just thread that through, and then all I'm doing is just giving it a quick turn by hand like that, just to help it along. And then this will just flatten all the wires as well that are in those grooves and just make it a lot nicer. Like I say, I know not everybody will have a pasta machine knocking about. Like I say, just take something flat and heavy, lay it on something flat and just roll something not too heavy, but with something with a bit of weight on there. Just to help it through. And it's got a bit of a curve on it now, which isn't a problem or an issue. There we are. So there we are. That's it past the pasta machine. And let me just quickly show you what it looks like going through the pasta machine. So that's it gone through. As you can see, it's straightened up all those wires and laid it all flat and just made it look a little bit more prettier. Just there like that. There's that mistake there where I messed up the threading, messed up the spacing at the beginning. But there's enough wire here for me to start at the opposite end. And it will be a little bit springy as well, because the thinner wire you do, the more springier it'll get. Just like that. So that's that, guys. That is the build done and ready. Thanks for being patient and sticking with it. Plenty of love for you all. Cheers, guys. Just have a little drink break. Yeah, that is a nice sour. So, probably talked about half an hour. So it's just taken me, what, 8, 9, 10. So just a bit under a couple of hours. Now that's on camera. If I probably didn't have a camera, I probably could be able to do it in probably a lot less time than that. So yeah, let's do the R3, the Recoil R3. So I need to get up and just grab it from my back wall. Now I do have actually 2 Recoil R3s. I've got one open and one sealed. The sealed one is the limited edition black with green recoil in it, basically like that. Black RDA with green recoil in there. And again, that's it there, trying to cover up anything that's going to get me in trouble. I won't show you the side, I'll just take that off. Take the sleeve off completely. Show you the box. Just there. And let me just check, because I think there's a card on this as well. So I am going to take the card out of it, because that does have a website on there. So get you positioned a bit, get you zoomed in. I don't know, Gaming Vapor. We will soon see. Just make sure that is straight. And that's focused in. That's a bit better. Thank you, Henry. Bit darker, but... And I don't know why that is dark. Let me move you up a bit. Not going to change it a bit. There we are. That's a little bit better. So yeah, I've got two of these. This one is the gold one, but I do have a limited edition black with green inlay sealed in there. So there we are. So the Recoil R3, I never owned the original or the 1.5 or the second one or the Reborn. This is the first Recoil RDA that I have. So there we are. Markings, appropriate markings. I've got the proprietary drip tip top cap on there. And airflow, because there's two different types of airflow. Come on. Make sure you get the threads right. Yeah, it's a dual coil RTA, Alex. But they do a kit that gives you the single coil airflow reducer. So with this one, you get two dual coil reducers like that. One will have bigger holes in and the other one will have slightly smaller holes, which is in this. And you do get a second top cap, so you can use an 810 drip tip on there. So I am just going to have a... Well, I'll do it on camera so you can see. So there we are. So normally on the side here. So this is the 3mm airflow holes in there. So it's just the reducer on the inside that changes, but on the outside it's the same. And this one is the 2.5. Come on, there we are. 2.5. So these holes are slightly smaller, 2.5, but the ones on the barrel are just the same size, just there. So I'm going to use the 3mm airflow reducer. But like I was saying, Alex Vapor, you can get a kit for these, so you can use it in single coil. And same sort of thing, you'll get 3mm and 2mm, I think, or slightly smaller. But obviously your reducer here will be closer, obviously, to accommodate a single coil, one single coil, just there. And then that just fits in one way, so the airflow lines up, just like that. Yeah, the 3mm airflow is a lot better. And then obviously you get the deck, which is sort of like a house design, just like that. Straight edge screws, like that. So the reasoning behind this is when you put your coils in and you drip your juice from the center cap, it just flows down here to your deck and soaks up your cotton. But yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to prepare this, make sure that's good. Get a bit in a bit closer if need be. There we are. So there we are. Let me get these post holes open. So straight screws. So let's open these post holes. I'm just going to get a different lens in just to help. So straight screws. Just going to open those post holes, get that ready for the coil. So I will be doing a 3mm coil. But we'll see how many wraps I can get. So this is a nice big long piece of wire, but I will keep it together because I don't know how many wraps I'm going to need. So I'm just going to use my Coil Master jig that I've had for years now and still going strong. I'm going to use obviously the rod to put it on, but I won't be using the spinny things because I don't want to mess up the coil spinning it. So there is the coiling jig. So all I'm going to do is make sure I've got enough for leg room, which is just about here. Place it against obviously the rod. Now I will have to move out of camera just a second because it is a long piece of wire that I don't want to cut down into sections just yet. Trying to get that first wrap nice and solid. So like I say, nice big piece of wire. That's why I'm out of camera, guys. I'm not doing it on purpose or by accident. I'm not doing it by accident. I am doing it on purpose though. So I want to get that first wrap in nice and solid. Second wrap in there, nice and solid again. So I'm just going to start with 5 wraps to begin with and then see what the space I've got on my deck. So I know you can't see me actually rolling the coil, but yeah, there's a 5 wrap just there like that. So let me just quickly check the spacing on this, which is perfect. A 5 wrap will work. So that's my first 5 wrap just there, 3mm. And where's my jig? Not jig my cutters. So I'm just going to cut that flush like that. That's the first coil. I'm going to quickly do the second coil. So get your first wrap in nice and tight, guys. Almost overlapping onto the first wrap, just to get it in nice and tight. And like I say, because it's a thinner wire as well, it's a little bit more springy than using like 26 gauge. And again, that's wrapped. I will get you in close to see them wrapped, guys. And then I'll probably get another coil or some borrow coils out of that. So that is wrapped. And let me get you in close now, guys. So Gaming Vapor, you've got a 5-core Alien. That sounds nice. Is that with, do you know the specs of that coil? So let me get that zoomed out a bit. And if Henry will focus, there we are. Nice. So I did use the opposite end of where I made that mistake with the spacing. But yeah, there we are. 5 wraps, 3mm, triple staggered triple core staggered fuse Clapton. Oh, right. Are the big chunky coils Gaming Vapor or the small? So let's get these mounted. So I'm just going to first check for size. I can't remember what the recommended length was, so I will start big and work my way down. I'm just going to check what they are like on here. And I've just lost my coiling jig, so that's 6, so that's 7, that's 6, no, that's 9, sorry. 9mm, so that is 7mm. Just let me grab my coiling jig that I've just dropped. .14s. So it's probably maybe 28 gauge or 20, I'd say 28 gauge or maybe 30 gauge for, hang on a minute, you're doing 5 cores. 5 cores, 5 cores, 5 cores. So I'd probably say 28 or maybe 30 gauge, maybe. Sounds like electric bike just went past. So watch your eyes, guys. So I'm cutting them at 7. Come on. I'm going to try and cut them at 7. So I've cut them at 7. Let's check the height. So I think maybe 6, because then with manipulation and pulling and stuff should be good. So go down an extra millimeter. Should be good. So 6mm. Yeah, 6mm should work fine. And then once they're in and I've pulled them and adjusted them, that should be good. So 6mm is the leg length that I'm going to be cutting at. Cut that nice and flush, like so. Get rid of the end pieces like that. Pop that in the other side, like so. So yeah, about 6mm should work fine. Let me get you back in close so you can see. And hopefully Henry will play nicely. There we are. So I'm just going to hold them down and secure them in. I'm not going to do anything crazy yet. I'm just going to secure the legs down and then go around after and give it a final tighten down. So they're in. So I'm just going to go round and lock them down like so. Make sure that's locked in as well. Same on this side. Just going to lock that in. and that's in there like that. So let's get to positioning, which is round about there, I'd say. Like that. Sorry if I'm out of camera, guys, I apologise. So like that and like that. So I will be checking obviously with the airflow as well. But I'll try and get them in as much as I can. Come on, Henry. Get better, Henry. There we are. So I will check roughly with the airflow, because it does have tabs it sits in. So as you can see there, I can move it in just a little bit more on one side. So I am going to pull up slightly and then move that in a bit more to the center, like that. And same with that, I'm just going to get that looking nice and pretty. So like that. They look big, do they? Hopefully very tasty as well. So again, I'm just going to check with the airflow on. So yeah, that's a good distance, I'd say, from the airflow. I hope so, Lee. I hope so. Gaming vapor, mine will vary. If I haven't got as much of if I haven't got much of a stressful day, I can probably vape anything between 10 to 15 mils, but I can easily vape 30, 40, 50 mils, especially if it's a juice that I'm using and I'm rocking an RTA with a very low build that drinks juice. Yeah, easily. I mean, if I'm vaping a big tank that takes about 8 to 10 mils a juice, yeah, I can easily go through up to maybe 40, 50, 60 mils maybe. But I'd have to be really, really stressed out, or it has to be a really nice build and a big tank capacity. But yeah, I can easily go through about 30 or 40 mils easy. Gaming vapor every day. Aren't we all? Yeah, at least sweating them. If you're on a big tank, a big Mac Daddy tank or a big RDA, you can easily go through a lot of juice. A lot of juice. Yeah, I can understand that, Mr. Intense. If you're MTL vapor, you don't go through your juices as quick as these low builds. So what I'm just going to quickly do is I'm just going to just make the connection, take the connection away, cancel out my mod, pop this back on and see what the resistance is. Yes, this is a new coil. So before firing, it's a 009, which I know is going to rise up, but I don't want to be dry firing it at that wattage. I want to start at round about, I'd say 20 watts to begin with. So you've gone through 17 mils, Gaming Vapor, just watching me. I'm sorry, my brother. Yeah, it can get stressful. Can get stressful. Yeah, Voltrove's gonna drink a lot of juice. I do actually want a Voltrove, but that'll probably be something for later on or something that might come up. Because I don't think are they still in business, Voltrove, or people that make Voltrove? So I'm just going to introduce a little bit of heat to it. Yeah, well, Gaming Vapor, yeah, we all like our nicotine, so that's what I'm going to be doing next couple of months. I'm going to be stocking up on stuff for October. So I'm going to get some Nick at the end of this month and VG, a good 10 litres of VG, maybe 5 litres of PG, and then get some flavour concentrates and one-shots, and that'll probably be a segment as well that I do in my lives where I'll mix up some juice. If you're asking me, Alex, yeah, I use about 3 milligrams of Nick. And I vape salts. I can't do freebase. It just rips my throat out now. No doubt, Lee. No doubt. So, like I say, I'm gonna introduce some heat to these coils slowly, getting some nice color. So, for those who don't know or new or stumbles across my video, you're heating them up and getting the hot spots out. So, if you don't know what a hot spot is, it's like really heavy hot points or like lightning bolts in your coil. You just got to work them out very, very carefully. Give it a strum. I'm not using the end of my tweezers because they're a bit blunt. I'm just using the smooth side just to give it a slight strum. Get some colour into these coils. Which is not looking bad at the moment. So on the inside of this one, I do have hot spots in there. But just take your time, slowly introduce your heat, give it a little strum. If need be, use your coiling rod as well. You can always put that through to agitate the center. Got some nice colors there, some blues and golds in there. But keep at it, take your time. There's no rush. If you need to pinch, pinch. That's what I do. I do a combination of pinching, stretching, and strumming. It just depends what kind of person you are. But yeah, I've got some nice blues in there, as you can see, and some golds. They're looking a little bit better now. I am going to increase the heat up now to 30 watts. Give it a little strum. So there is some hot spots in there just slightly. Just give it a little strum. Add the power. Work them out. If need be, again, just give it a little stretch, a little pull. That can help, as well as pinching and strumming. So there we are. Slowly increase it. So there we are. Slowly heating up. Work those hot spots out. Introduce more heat. Take your time, like I say, you don't want to end up welding the coils together or the wires on the inside together. You just want to just keep it nice and steady. Just gonna wipe my brow, guys, because it's very warm. Just gonna stick my, if I can find the remote for it, just gonna stick my aircon or fan machine on. So let's carry on. So we're getting there slowly. Just the thing is you need to just take your time. There's no rush. You want those coils heating up nicely from the inside out, which these are starting to do. Checking for hot spots everywhere, not just on the outside but on the inside. And then also I am going to check my post holes. I know this isn't an old RDA where you have to check your post holes, but it can make a difference as well if they're not completely tight as well. So there we are. They're starting to look nice. Give it a little bit of a strum. There we are. So I'm going to increase it now to 40 watts. Get a bit more heat through them. Heating from the inside out. Yeah, my vaping journey started out in late 2013, early 2014. I started on just a normal cartomizer and battery, twister battery. And then I think after about 6 months or more, I had my first mech and RDA. After doing a lot of research before the shop would sell them to me. So I'm at 60 watts. I'm going to go to 70 watts. Just give it a pulse. That's glowing from the inside out now. No hot spots anywhere. Get it up to 80 watts. Now, I'm not going to probably vape it at this wattage, but I'd like to make sure that at a higher wattage than what I'm going to be vaping it at, I'm not going to occur hot spots. So I don't know if you saw, but just there was a hot spot. And there is some just there. So I know once this is clear of hot spots and stuff at this wattage, I know I'm safe to vape it on what I'm wanting to vape it on. So now that I've just messed up that side, I'm just going to turn it down a little bit, get it going again. There we are. And we're back to normal. And we're good there. That is perfect. Glowing the way I want it to. So I'm going to let this cool down. I'm just going to disconnect it. Clear that. Let that cool down. I'm just going to have quick vape, and then I'll probably just have a quick break just to grab my other drink that I have. Thanks for all of you being here and just chatting to each other. It's nice to see. Like I say, if you're watching or on the replay, I will put the link in the comments, but there is a link to the Telegram poll where you can contact me to buy coils and stuff. But even if you don't want to buy coils straight away, go and add yourself to that group, because I post stuff on there and I add stuff on there, ask questions. You get a bit of behind the scenes, what I'm doing, what I'm building, what I'm testing, what I'm, stuff like that won't hit social media. So you get a bit of behind the scenes action on that group, as well as being able to contact me for coils. So get yourself on that group as well, because it's a nice place to hang out as well. And also, if you've got any special requests on coils and stuff, as long as I've got the wire, I can make them to order if I'm not already doing them or they haven't been added to the menu. So I'm getting to the end of my beer, guys. So to let that cool down a little bit, I'm just going to have a quick break, guys. Grab myself another beer and go quickly to the toilet. So talk amongst yourselves, and I will be back shortly. I'll put a whole screen up and it should be good. So I'll see you very soon, guys. It won't be too long.
It gets more than a day. Call sight, flavor on blast. Living that vape life, building fast. Maximize, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. The beat man did it, if you don't choose straight. Refill and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. Max or knives, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. Be back in a jiffy, don't shoot straight. Refill and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. If you don't choose straight, refill and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. Max or knives, we keep it lit. cloud so thick we never quit. Be back in a jiffy, don't you stray. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. The be back in a jiffy, don't you stray. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. Max or mods, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick we never quit. Be back in a jiffy, don't you stray. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. The be back in a jiffy, don't you stray. Rewick, refill, and
Well, that didn't work, did it, guys? My hold screen I didn't set properly. That's one thing I didn't set up properly. So it was in the corner of the thing, but still hold screen. But thanks. Alex, does he get about a bit? Right. So Alex, I was drinking on this to begin with, which was a Brooklyn's Brewery Bel Air Sour, Tropical Sour, 5%. They're the specs: tart, fruity, and fresh. I thought that said bloody peach earlier on. It isn't. It's fresh. So Tropical Sour, even though I could smell and taste peach. So that's what I was drinking before. I've just grabbed another one during this break. So I have had this, I think, a couple of times on mine. A really nice, my favourite sour. That's not a stout or a dessert sort of flavour. But yeah, it's a bit like an orange Solero, 4.8%, really nice and creamy, this one. So I will be opening that back up. So, right, let's get back to the coils. So let me put this back on and see what the final resistance was for this coil. So I'm thinking it's about 1.2, maybe more. So 1.4 ohms final resistance, which is not too bad. Near where I like to vape stuff. Around about the 0.1 marks, stuff like that. So cotton I'm going to use just some normal Muji cotton pads. Like that, cheap and cheerful. I do have the one that I like, the Kendo Gold. But yeah, I'm just having a break from that at the moment. And I do have some cotton bacon that was given me with a batch of stuff that were given to me from a friend, some old stuff. You probably recognize that from a different live stream. So it does have a hard layer on each side, which I will be peeling off. It's cheap and cheerful, and it does work, and I do have a big bag. I think I got a big bag for about 10 or 15 quid. So I'm pulling the hard layer off each side, so I've got the fluffy stuff on the inside. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to start agitating and thinning out this coil. So there is a grain to it, so it's up and down. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to agitate this and thin it out a bit. So I have seen other YouTubers do this. I never used to do this, but it does actually help with the wicking and stuff. and just helps with that wicking and stuff. So I'm gonna pull that off for about 1 coil, and again, just any bits here, I'm just going to stretch out like that, so it's nice and thin like that. And then I'm just going to roll. So this should be good amount for a 3mm diameter, or I'm hoping so, because I don't want it too tight in there. So let's feed that through. So yeah, that's nice. So it's not too tight. There is a bit of restriction in there, which should be nice and good. So again, I'm going to do the same. I'm just going to agitate some cotton, and then I'm going to pull it off. Just thin it out. And it does work, guys. Like I said, I never used to do it before, but yeah, I do it now. And it does actually make a difference with the cotton. If you just pull it and just agitate those fibers a bit, it does help with the wicking and stuff like that. So just a little bit more I'm going to pull off there. So about there. And then any thick areas like that, I'm just going to agitate and pull them apart. Like so. Like that. Round about like that. And then again, I'm just going to roll it up. I'm doing it on the outside. I'm leaving the inside just nice and fluffy. I don't want to touch the middle part, because obviously that's the part that's going to be inside the coil. And then I'm going to thread that through. Yeah, I need to try that gaming vapor. I need to try some BP mods and puff wicks. Cotton, I haven't tried that. I've probably tried everything else. So again, just there's a little bit of looseness in there, like that. But I haven't, I think I might have tried BP mods. I can't remember, but I definitely haven't tried puff wicks cotton. But when I get round to it, I probably will try some, because I see a lot of good things about it, and people do ask, tell me that it's a good cotton to try. So I don't want too much, but I am going to thin it out just slightly. And all that's going to do is just agitate that cotton just a little bit more. Will help with that wicking. So I'm not sort of like thinning it out too much. I'm just agitating that cotton a bit. And then a bit of under action. Just to agitate it. And then shallow deck, so I don't need too much cotton, but I'll cut it around about there. I'd rather have more to cut off than need to put it back on. So yeah, that should be about good. Maybe that end just slightly a bit off, just there like that. And then obviously when you've juiced it up as well, it'll be easy to apply a bit. But yeah, just about there. You just want it to hit the end of that deck just there, like that. Tim MZ, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate it. Yeah, Lee, that sounds about right. A lot of people want convenience and stuff. But like I say, I haven't tried puff wicks. I can't actually remember if I've tried BP mods. I might have done. So yeah, About like that. Like I say, once I get juiced up as well, I'll be able to move it a bit more. But you just want it hitting the end of that deck. So yeah, about like that. Should work out nicely. Nice and fluffy still, which is what I want. That's perfect. Appreciate you joining, Tim. Thanks for joining. So what am I going to put in this? So I'm going to put in my G14 classified juice. It's, you know, sort of like my benchmark juice that I use for testing stuff and all this, that and the other. And it's a good juice. That's good to hear, my brother. What are you vaping on? What you drink? Are you drinking anything tonight? I'm assuming you've got something absolutely awesome, Tim, to vape on. So there we are. So what I'm going to do first is I'm just going to juice up those wicks on the side, get that going. And one of the reasons as well that I like Muji cotton as well, because it is super absorbent. So I've started off the sides like that, and I'm on 30 watts for the pulse and pinch. I'm just going to do a little bit of drip action there on there, and then I'm just going to pulse it just to draw that juice in there. I will actually bump it up a little bit to 40 watts. Drop some more on there. Press it. And that juice smells awesome. There we are. I'm going to bump it up to 60 watts. And that's heating up nice. So it's 10 AM there. Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds like a good combination as well, Tim. I do normally have a lot going on. It's just recently I've done a big cleanup of all my tanks and mods and stuff, so I don't have much stuff out on the go, but I can easily have a good half a dozen, maybe 8 setups going up at once. So now that this is all nice and juicy, I can just pull them, and there is juice in the deck as well. So what as well with the Recoil R3, so when you drip in there, the juice should separate, go down the sides, and then soak up your cotton. Oh wow, 30 on the go at once. Wow. Oh, Dead Node Vapes, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I don't think I've ever had 30 on the go, Tim, but I've definitely, I could probably say I've had about a dozen, probably maybe on the go. That's probably the most I've had on the go at once. But yeah, I've just had a recent cleanup. Thanks for joining, Dead Node, my brother. Appreciate it. I don't know if you were here during the stream, but I have done some stags, some 3-core stags. Just here, 28 gauge core, 38 staggered, and then fused together. Stephen Lane, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate you. Are you a new subscriber? I don't think I've seen you before. Stephen Lane, and If you have been in here before, I am very sorry that I don't remember you. But welcome, welcome, welcome. So this is what I've built. Steve, if you don't know, I actually build my own coils. I don't do coil placements. So earlier on in the stream, I did make these coils from scratch. So make sure you catch that or watch the replay. But yeah, they're nice and ready to go. I'm going to put my top cap on there. Not a problem, Dead Node. I appreciate that. You dip in and dip out as much as you want, my brother. Hello, my brother. Thanks for dropping in. Anyway, I appreciate it. You do you, my friend. And I do appreciate you dropping in. So I'm just going to put that on there. I just want to make sure. Come on. There we are. And we're clicked in. There, looking good. Not touching anything. Perfect. And if I can get these threads right and not mess it up, that is built and ready. Still resistance, dual coil 1.4. Now what am I going to put it on? I need to put it on a Mac. So I'm going to go single tube Mac for this one. 21700, I think. All right, okay, Steve, I appreciate it. Wow, 607. I've got two, Timemzi. I've got this one, which is open, and I do have the black and green limited edition one that's sealed on my back wall. I don't blame him. Normally, I'm like that. If I can get them in all colours, I will try and get them in all colours. I will try and do that. If not, I try and get at least two in my favourite colours. One normally gets used and one normally stays sealed. And then obviously I've got stuff that's on my wall that's never been used as well. Or has been used a very few times, but then put away again. So I've just grabbed something from a back wall, a Mac from a back wall. I lost my Goon Dead Node. I don't know where it's gone. I think I might have lent it to somebody and then never got it back. But I did have a Goon, and it was an authentic Goon as well, not a clone. But it was the OG Goon, the very first one. So let me just move that out of the way. Let's stick it on the heavy hitter. Don't use this very often. This was an exchange, this one. So it's not clean, but it should be nice on the inside. Yeah, not too bad on the inside. Could do with the clean, but it doesn't mean it's not gonna hit good. It will hit better if everything was clean. But yeah, black copper. I have got the 25mm top cap. It does come with 28mm, extra springs and whatnot. and everything like that. Thanks, Gaming Vapor, for joining in, my brother. I will see you soon or on the next one. Enjoy the replay. I appreciate you coming in, brother. I really, really do. It is a beautiful mech. I can't remember when this came out, but it has been out for a bit, this mech. So, guys, this is a hybrid mech mod. So you need to be careful what you put on top of this. Most of them are hybrid now. Back in the day, they did have a pin in between, but it's straight battery to AE connection. So you need to be putting the correct atomizer on it. If you're using a new one this day and age, you do have a protruding 510 pin. But for those who don't know or might be just getting into mechs and wondering what to do, if you're using a hybrid mech like this with a hole straight through it, no pin in between, you need to have the correct atomizer on there. So the one on the left, if the bottom of your atomizer looks like the one on the left, do not put it on a mech mod like this. You need to have an RDA like on the right with the protruding 510 pin protruding from the stainless steel. That's what you need to use on a hybrid mech mod. If your RDA is like the one on the left, do not put it on a mech mod, a hybrid mech mod. You'll get a hard short and you're going to have problems as well. And don't put a sub-ohm tank on a hybrid mech mod or any mech mod, come to think of it, because you're going to get into trouble. Just don't do it. So that's a bit of safety just there. I will show you as well that this, come on. I don't want to do that. So just my thingy messing up again. Alex and Vapor, thanks for joining, my brother. I will see you on the next one, my brother. Thanks for joining. And I'm sure I will message you on Discord as well. Yeah, Dead Node, I am a mech person. So as you can see there, that pin is protruding from the center. But yeah, Dead Node, I am a mech guy. I love a mech. So as you can see, that center pin there is protruding and is safe to use on this hybrid mech mod. It is a total vape experience. When I first started vaping back in the day, if you wanted high power stuff, you had to use a mech. Definitely, Steve, mech life. Wow. So there we are. I'm going to put my RDA on first. I've got a freshly charged 21700 here. So my venting holes are obviously at the top. So I'm going to run it positive side up. If your venting holes are on the bottom and it's a single battery mech, you can run it upside down. It doesn't matter. Just point the positive to where your vent holes are. So if you do get any problems or your battery does vent, there's gaps for it to escape. But if it's a dual battery mech and everything, you don't necessarily have to run it backwards or upwards. You got to run the batteries the way it tells you. But if it's a single battery mech, just put your positive where your vent holes are, which is at the top. So that's how I'm going to run it in there like that. So that's in there. I'm going to carefully screw on my top cap like that. So with the recoil, you can't adjust the airflow on it. It's just like that. It's only the inner one that you can adjust from the 3mm to the 2.5mm airflow reducer in there. But yeah, that's on there like that. Do we have power? Yeah, we do. And it's hitting nice. So let me go back up to FaceTime, guys, and let's talk a bit and see how this build came out. Let me move some stuff out of the way. Get these off me so I don't look ridiculous. You swiveled around. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, guys? Please check. Hello? Hello? Audio, come on. Can you hear me now, guys? Am I back? Can you hear me? That is perfect. Sorry about that, guys. I locked my phone and messed up royally. So let me just check everything's correct and everything. Sorry if I've missed any messages. Just give us a quick second. That's better. Right, I'm just making sure everything's better. I'm hoping I'm not a bit glitchy. Let me just refresh stuff here. Apologize, guys. All right, guys. Hopefully we're back now. Sorry about that. So yeah, the heavy hitter with the Recoil R3 hitting nice and hard. Probably would hit harder if it was a bit cleaner. But yeah, there we are. Get everything right. Thanks for everybody that's joining. It probably did, Tim. Maybe it did. Yeah, thanks, Dead Note. It is a nice combination. It probably would have looked good with the limited edition, the black and the green one. But like I say, that's in a sealed box behind me, which I'll show you if I can get this to just go there like that. So as you can see, just there, that is the black one with the green, but that one's sealed, and that's going to stay sealed until I feel like using it, which is probably going to be never, but yeah. So let's get on to the next drink. Like I said, I've showed you, it's the orange creamsicle. Very nice. Let's get this poured. The switch isn't brass, Dead Node. It's copper. It's going for the pour. So this is my favourite sour, or fruity sour, should I say. Bit like an orange Solero in there. So cheers, guys. Still tastes good. Still tastes good. But yeah, just a quick look. Dead note, it's a copper switch. It's all copper apart from the outside is coated in black. But yeah. Right, let's have a 2 on this and see how it goes. That is tasty. That is really tasty. Wow. Those coils are tasty. So yeah, stay tuned. These coils will definitely reach the menu. If you're new or anything here, and I've said before, there is a pinned comment to my Telegram group. Go join it. You can reach me there to buy coils. Even if you're not buying coils straight away, join the group, because I will be asking questions. You'll get a bit of behind the scenes activity, what I'm doing, what I'm testing, stuff like that, that won't hit social media. So even if you're not buying coils straight away, or you just want to ask about coils, or check if I'm going to be doing a certain coil, or if I can make a certain coil to order, get on there. So you don't have to be on there just to buy coils. Like I say, there'll be a bit of behind the scene activity going on. Excuse me. A bit of behind the scene going on there, and you'll get to see stuff that won't hit social media. I'm just going to blow my nose, guys. And I'm back. So this is obviously my G14 classified juice that's in here, which is a custard based juice, which I think will go really well with this orange creamsicle, because like I say, it's like an orange Solero, very creamy. It's like nice fresh orange taste to it, not like a synthetic sort of candy taste. It's more of a fresh squeezed orange in this drink, and very creamy. My favorite sour at the moment. So let's see if it goes well with this one. Oh yeah. Oh, the creaminess of that custard that's in the juice and the creaminess that's in there. Amazing combo. That is good. Cheers, guys, anyway, if I haven't said it already. It is very nice, Tim. Graphite mech. Wow. That sounds nice, Steve. Or Stephen, sorry. If you don't like to be called Steve, Stephen. But yeah, really nice. Now it's the first time on camera that I've attempted this variant of the staggered of the stags. 4-core. Normally, my preferred wire is 26. 36 is what I build most of my coils on. But yeah, flavor is very tasty on this variant. Which will eventually hit my menu. If you do want them, I can make them to order. You just probably won't get them with a label on them. But I can do them make to order, different variants, different diameters, different wraps. As long as I've got the wire in stock, I can make them to order if they're not already on the menu. Just contact me on the Telegram group for that. But yeah. It's wicking good as well. It's gone dry though. So let's get some more juice on that. For some reason, I can not get this top thread straight away. Very thin thread. So let's get some juice in here. So like I say, that little sort of like house roof sort of thing, supposed to be when I drop the juice on there, it'll slide down and feed to my cotton. So straight down the top. Old school glass bottle and pipette is my preferred. I don't really like juice in the plastic bottle. I think it's better in glass. Give it a little fire. Excuse me. Bit of spit back there. Not a lot, but a bit of spit back. Excuse me. That tickled my throat a bit. Do you even vape, bro? It doesn't look like it, does it really? So yeah, that works. Has saturated the cotton doing that. So that has worked just in there like that. And the flavour is kicking ass. Flavour of Stags and Fralians is probably my two favourite coils that I can build. Aliens were originally, but once I started using a bit of ribbon wire and stuff like that, obviously the flavour profile changed. So I'm just going to blow my nose again. And we're back, guys. Yeah, I've got a lot of glass bottles that I did save, the 120ml bottles. And what I tend to do is with all my good juice, I put them in glass bottles like this one here, my G14 classified. Obviously that one there is in a glass bottle, and a few in my drawer that are in glass bottles. My good juice as well. But I don't have many. I have like half a dozen, and they're all occupied with juice at the moment. So I tend to decanter it out of plastic. I don't know why. I just think it tastes better coming out of a glass bottle than it is just sitting in a plastic bottle. A bit like if you have a pint, it's better out of a glass than it is out of a plastic glass. Yeah, I wasn't going to. I wish I'd have saved my 30ml and 15ml bottles, but I didn't. But yeah, I did save my 120ml bottles. Yeah, I want some of those easy drips as well. But is the obviously the clear part, is it plastic or glass? Because I do actually want some of them, but I'm a bit wary, obviously, because it might be plastic. Yeah, true. They're easier to clean as well. That's another thing. If you've got like a plastic bottle and you've got some juice and you want to reuse it, it doesn't matter how much you clean it, because I clean it so many different ways. You can still smell the old juice in it, and it can obviously go into the juice that you put in there. But tough, right. I get that. So I can't complain about the R3. It is a good RDA. Great flavour from it. Depending on what coil you put in it, really. I mean, even with older RDAs that I've got, do taste good with a more modern coil in than it did with a round wire build. Now, I'm not saying round wire builds are not good. They are good. I still use round wire every now and then, but even some of the old stuff that I do that I put a modern coil in does get good flavour from it. And it's kicking ass. Looks nice in this as well. I do love a mech. One of the few that I do have that is 21700. And like I say, I am a mech person. I love my mechs. Earlier on into my journey of vaping, I fell in love with mechs straight away. Back then, it was the only really thing that you could get that was high powered, because even box mods back then were like 20 watts, 30 watts, 40 watts, until stuff like your Sigelis came out, which ended up being 100 watts and then 150 watts and stuff like that. But way back earlier, back in the day, yeah, the only way you could get good power as well was from a mech mod. Yeah, tasty, really tasty. I can't complain about that one bit. And this is really naughty. This is going down too easy. But I think with flavoured stouts and stuff, it can be like that, where they just taste like sweets. And some of them can be right high in percentage of alcohol as well. So it can be very sneaky and creep up on you. But yeah, really nice. So Stags will eventually hit the menu. If, like I say, if you don't already know, there is a pinned comment to my Telegram group where you can buy coils off me. I've got some normal 3-core aliens, 3mm 5 wraps, aiming at around about a 0.1, 0.12-ish, ready to go. If you're interested, like I say, join the group, because it's, as well as you being able to contact me to buy coils and stuff, I do post stuff on there behind the scenes, what I'm testing and stuff, like the coil that I've got in here. I did post in that group. I did try something different. Not really happy with it, so I'll have to go back to the drawing board on it. But like I say, you'll get a bit of behind the scenes of what I'm doing, things that I'm testing, coils that I'm trying, and then obviously you'll stay up to date with stuff that's going to obviously hit the menu and stuff. But like I say, at the moment I can make coils to order as long as I've got the wire in stock. Nothing MTL yet until I've sold my first couple of batches of coils, so I can get some, obviously replenish my wire and then get some different wire so I can start doing MTL, because people have obviously been asking me for MTL coils, so I need to get the wire also to do that as well. So like I say, join the group. You don't have to buy coils. You can ask questions, but be in there just for when you want to buy coils and stuff like that, because it'll get updated. You'll know when coils are added to the menu, the price and everything. And like I say, I can make stuff to order as long as I've got the wire in stock. It's not a problem, Steve. Yeah, a lot of people forget to do that. I forget to do that as well. Just make sure your bell icon set to all, so anything that I upload, shorts and posts and stuff, you'll be notified. I'm like that on Instagram. I mean, not many people know that on Instagram, if you go to somebody's profile page and press the bell in the corner, you can set that to all as well for reels, posts, live streams, reels and stuff like that. So anything that you post, you get notified on it. But yeah, just set that to thingy. But I'm here mostly every Tuesday, 8 p.m. UK time. I wasn't last week because I wanted to get my first batch of coils made, the aliens made, so I didn't go live. I was concentrating on that. That's why I wasn't live last week and stuff like that. Nightbot's doing its rounds for social media and everything, or buy me a coffee if you wish to donate. Anything that you donate or buy me a coffee gets pumped straight back into the channel to bring you better content. Buy stuff to obviously show and give you better content as well, and just help out with the channel. It keeps me behind the camera as well. You're not obligated to do so, but it is there. You miss any links, they're all in the description of the video, and also on the main profile page there's links to social media, Telegram and stuff like that. And I don't know if Mickey 3D is still there, but I did mention before, thank you again for your donation that you made a couple of weeks ago. It is appreciated, my brother. So hopefully you're here and you still use that. Tim MZ, you can buy glass dripper bottles. The only reason why I stopped buying glass dripper bottles is the pipettes. The pipettes are weird on glass bottles if you buy them. And the ones that you used to get with vaping, the pipettes were, obviously they went down thin at the end. The ones that I've bought also in the past, the pipette goes down and then there's a bubble on the end, and it's not good for thick juice. That's why I stopped doing that. But yeah, it can be a bit weird. Not a problem, Steve or Stephen. Sorry if you don't like to be called Steve. I'm just calling you Steve, but Stephen. Hitting right nice and hard as well. And like I say, nice mech as well. I do like my mechs. I do have a variety of mechs, old mechs, new mechs, and stuff like that. It's my go-to. It's what I gravitate to and grab straight away if I want to have a vape. Just like this. I mean, this isn't a mech. This is unregulated. This is something I made myself. I do keep on banging on about it that I did make it myself. But yeah, a MOSFET unregulated parallel. Box mod in there, and I do have another one that I made in series, same sort of thing, different coloured enclosure that I built myself. Button placing is just a little bit different. And hits hard. And the other one's series as well, that's purple. I've shown it before, but yeah, I've got a couple, but I do like unregulated and mech mods. Oh, right. Like I say, when I do look for some, I always look at the pipettes. If the pipettes like they were when you used to buy bottles from vaping, yeah. But if they're like those medical pipettes where they go down thingy and then there's a ball at the end, it's not good for juice. Yeah, Steve, I've got a lot of old school, hence why I'm a retro vape channel, because most of my stuff is old. And I do have a lot of old gear, RTAs, RDAs, box mods, that I have on display in my room as well as behind me. But I do have a lot, like original rig. Most of my mech mods, or half of my mech mods, are clones, because back in the day, it's just how it was. There was only a certain run of RDAs and mechs, and then companies stopped doing it. And then the people that cloned them did them. But I do have a few old style RDAs. Yeah, I'm the same. Same, Tim. I do like multiples. Wow. So you've been vaping longer than I've been vaping then, Stephen. Because I started end of 2013. My first mech that I bought was this one, the Nemesis, and unfortunately it is a clone because I wasn't able to get a authentic or source an authentic. But yeah, that is my very first mech that I got, probably late 2014-ish, maybe early 2015. But yeah, Nemesis mech mod. When mech mods used to come where you can have it in different configurations, you can have this in 18650, 18500 and 18350 in there. But yeah, that was my first mech that I still got, and I still use. It's still usable, and I do have a hybrid top cap for that as well. which I tend to use more with the hybrid top cap. Exactly, Mr. Red. You can never have too many backups. Yeah. That's what I always think. This is why if I can only buy it once, I always try and buy them in two, so I've got a backup just in case. I've got a backup. But yeah. Oh, the Simple Mac. You're talking about the SMPL? So this is a clone, but a good clone. This was an A-Mods clone, but yeah. The SMPL, is that what the one you're talking about, Lee Swetnam? Oh, Eco Pins. "28 years. Wow. So I'm hoping that's the one that you meant, Lee Swetnam. They did call it the Simple Mod, but it was the SMPL. I could never get the copper or the brass one, Mr. Intense. I could never get them two. I did want one in copper or brass, but because I had a stainless steel clone, I always try and source an authentic if I can. I mean, this one's an old one. I don't know if people will remember this one, but does anybody remember the Cherry Bomber? This is a clone, unfortunately, because I couldn't get an authentic copper one. But yeah, Cherry Bomber. That's an old one. From back in the day, or when I started vaping. That's an old one. Yeah, you could even get them in combinations as well, where they were copper and brass, a mixture. Because like I said, the Nemesis, they had rings on it, or some of them had rings on it. So you could use them in 18650, 18350, 18500 batteries in there as well. But yeah, I do have quite a few old ones here, like this one, the 49s, 18650. And that's the same. It came, I mean, this was a good one because you can hardly see the rings. But with this one, yeah, you can run it in 18500, 18350, 18650. You just have to unscrew there. So you can unscrew it, but this was a good mod for hiding the connection. You can hardly see the connection in this. Yeah, DNA kicks, wow. I remember kicks back in the day. That's if you wanted to turn your mech into something sort of like regulated. But yeah, wow, a kick. Wow. Mr. Intense. Oh, right. So it might have been a different one, Lee. I get that. Could have been Ego, Stephen. Could have been. But yeah, loads of different mechs. I do have a lot of clone Manhattans and Foo Hattans. I do have one authentic Manhattan that I did buy secondhand, but that never gets used. That's in my collection to stay pristine. But I do have a lot of clone Manhattans and Foo Hattans, to be fair. It was actually my favourite mech back in the day, the Manhattan. Oh, wow. Get going. That needs a bit more of a drip. Get that dripped and soaking and ready. Just while you guys are talking a bit, I'm just going to clean up a bit. Get everything nice. And one thing I like as well about being a retro vape channel, if I want anything old or old school, providing it's not high end, I can get really, really cheap. And even then, sometimes when it's high end or authentic, I can get it. You can get them pretty cheap as well. Like my very first rig mod was a Descendant, and I got that for 30 quid. And I got an Outlaw tube with that, and that was because it was old stock from a shop. And it wasn't from a shop that didn't know what they had. They knew what they had, but they were selling it off. I said, like, I'll take it off you. I said, do you get both of the tubes with it? He goes, yeah. I said, you can have 30 quid. Take my money. Great flavour. I think I surprised myself with that build. It's really nice. I'd say actually, compared to the 26 gauge variant, I'd probably say the 28 gauge is a lot better. But hopefully as well, when I get some different wire, I might try and do a bit of intricate stags, because I do want to eventually get some 30 gauge and some 40 gauge, mainly for doing MTL coils and stuff. But it'll be interesting to see how that works out. I mean, it's a bit of an eye ache doing that variant, especially with the camera right on top of it. So it'll be interesting even to see what thinner wire can do as well. Right, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to thank you all for joining. Don't forget to check out all the links that Mr. Intense has been posting. Get them clicked. Go get joining those social medias and YouTube channels as well. Big shout out to Mr. Intense for posting out all those links. If you like the content, or even if you're new, please hit that subscribe button. Please hit the like button and comment and share to people that might be interested. Not many people make their own coils on lives now. They do coil placements. So that's what makes me a little bit different. And I hope that's, good for you guys. Yeah, like I say, there is a link pinned to the thing for the Telegram. Join it, guys. Just join it. Even if you're not buying coils straight away, join it. I will add one as well after the live stream into the comments as well. You can do that. Social media and all that. Buy me a coffee if you wish to do so. You're not obligated to do so, but it does help. Big shout out to Michael Mickey 3D for your donation 2 weeks ago. Much appreciated. That will go straight back into the channel. I'm here every week, guys. Every Tuesday, 8 p.m. On the dot, unless I'm doing something or something with family comes up, or I'm basically working. But like I say, follow me on social media. I do post on social media, and like I say, that Telegram group, it's not just for contacting me for coils. I do post stuff on there that's not going to hit social media, and you get a bit of behind the scenes of what I'm doing, what I'm testing, what I'm trying and stuff. It's there for you to also ask questions and ask for different variants of coils. Like I say, I have got aliens, 3-quart aliens ready to go, but I can make to order as long as I've got the wire in stock. Thank you, Mr. Intense. Proper builder, yeah. yeah, it's been brilliant. I appreciate all of you that's come in. I've had a lot more people in than I normally have, and that is good. And that's due to people that, you know, show love and support, and as well as everybody else that's in the chat. Mr. Intense works pretty hard in the chats, getting all the stuff out. And yeah, I'll stop waffling on, guys. I'll leave it there. Stephen, yeah, I love mechs as well. Stay tuned with my lives because I do use mechs most of the time. Even though I do have regulated mods, it's very rarely I use them because I prefer a mech. You know, whether it's a single battery, dual battery, it's in series or whatever, I like using them as well. And hopefully maybe in the next couple of streams I'll do some series builds as well and get some series mechs out because I've got some series mechs that, you know, I want to show off as well that I might have put in previous thingies, but I'll get them out again. But yeah, don't forget, guys, like, subscribe, comment, and share. That's the best way you can support this channel, get it out there, get it known to people. Like I say, like Mr. Intense says, a proper builder that actually builds the coils on lives. If you're getting into building coils, that's thing, or you're curious in the process of what coil builders or coil makers that sell coils do to make the coils, you can also do that. You can learn and make them yourself. Any questions you have, you can contact me on social media, Telegram thing, or even comments in the live or the replay. Just obviously comment or message and I'll help in any way I can if you want to build yourself. If not, I'm doing a range of coils very soon that's going to be available that you can buy as well. So I do appreciate all of you guys. Love and respect. I do have a couple of clicks before I finish. So click that. Need to click that. And that is my last one. So, Stephen, you're watching from Fort Worth, Texas. I appreciate that, my brother. Way across the pond. But I will say, I bet you got some banging barbecue there. I heard Texas is brilliant for barbecue. If I ever get to America, yeah, it's one of my dreams to go to America. If I ever get there, definitely going to head to Texas for some proper barbecue. But yeah, I appreciate that, Steve, and I hope I'll see you again soon. So again, guys, thanks for joining. Don't forget to hit all those links, like, subscribe, everything here every Tuesday, 8 p.m. Follow me on social media. I do post on there, Telegram group, everything, all that, and I'll leave it there. So love and respect, guys. Thanks for joining. Take care of yourself. Look after everybody. Show the love as well. Spread the love. It's not just me. There's other people out there, and I like to spread that love as well for other people as well. So, again, I'll see you guys soon. Love and respect, guys, and I'll see you guys on the next one.